Howdy, howdy, and meowdy. Happy Saturday, Catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Saturday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a pretty good start to mine. It's supposed to still be toasty out today, but we'll do. It's 77 right now. Forecast says high of 89, which isn't the worst. It's also not the best. It's kind of toasty. Today's going to be a good stream. And before we get into the yapping, I have something new I have set up that I want to show you all. I worked on a new Be Right Back screen, and I think you will all find it amusing.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Do you understand that?
Turn the frickin' frogs gay! Bam, bam!
Crap gay!
Frogs, frickin' frogs!
It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Gay frogs! That's right, chat, return the frickin' frogs gay.
Won't you fight for your life?
Gay frogs, frickin' frogs!
I don't like a frog! Gay friggin' frogs! Frogs!
Gay frickin'.
Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Frogs!
I don't like a button.
I had fun getting that put together. It's kind of really dumb and silly, but it's funny. It amuses me. And I'm amused, chat's amused. Anywho, on today's schedule, normally we don't stream on Saturdays, but I have errands and an appointment tomorrow, so we bumped our usual Final Fantasy stream to today. Which means today we are doing patch 5.30. The end to the main section of Post-Shadowbringers. Which will then leave us with pre-Endwalker, and I am excited because we can knock all of that out in the one stream. And then we'll finally be on Endwalker, so 2 weeks from tomorrow we will be starting Endwalker if everything is going according to plan, and it should be. But yes, this stream is going to be so good, and it's gonna hurt a lot, probably. But it'll be worth it. So let us get the game up and get on into the feels and the story and the goodness. Next. Oh, bop to bop. Give it a bit. I think this is the right camera. Okay, that is the right camera, so I just need to scooch down a bit. Perfect. Okay. Pop. Pop. Let's put in our one-time password. Yeah, we're making so much good progress. Like, I think we first started streaming Final Fantasy XIV back in October of last year, I want to say. Pretty sure it was October. I have to go check the VODs on my YouTube and actually confirm the date. But I am pretty sure it was last October that we started our new character and started A Realm Reborn. Up, up, up. Okay, up. Yes, game capture. Final Fantasy 14. And we do have a bit of a new appearance. I figured if we're finishing up Post-Shadowbringers, we should get a new outfit. And this hair was actually a default new hair in the esthetician that, like, I was looking at the hair going to where the purchasable hairs are, and it's like, oh wait, I've never seen this before, but it is a really good hairstyle. Just like hair pulled back into a fluffy, messy bun. It looks so good. We look so good, and I actually might change the shoes into boots because I think boots are more fitting for. Yeah, boots definitely fit more than the slip-on shoes. So we'll pick up the first quest, go to the inn room, swap to boots, dye the boots if needed, and then we'll be good. Yeah, I think there's 10 quests total in patch 5.3, but that also includes a dungeon and a trial and a lot of cutscenes. But it's going to be good. It's going to be very good. I'm gonna tab into. Okay, this works. If I'm looking ahead, my mouth isn't covered by my teddy bear. Perfect. Yeah, I hope you all have a permission slip for this field trip we're about to go on. Up, up. In the name of the light. Mistress Rose, will you be venturing forth today? Do be sure to take care of so. Though they say the Star Shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it is not for me to tell the Warrior of Darkness how to look after herself. Old habits, you understand. Ah, Pennifer, how very opportune. Greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, you see, for revealing to us the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all these years, your tale set the record straight. Finally, the people see them as the great heroes they were. Or the great hero he is in the case of Ardbert. You too were surprised to see him, I think. Yeah, cause he's not our bro. At the time, I was not certain what to make of it all, but I could see the effect his words had on those around me. And then the stars rained down from the sky, and, well, you know the rest. Yep. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, Panifer, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you, perhaps, wish to have your account of these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. Situation in the city? Do you mean the people's awakening as warriors of light? Well, while questions remain about the circumstances surrounding Ardbert's return, history tells us that what took place may not be entirely unprecedented. But to understand that requires an understanding of warriors of light in a broader Varandic context. If it please you, I should be glad to provide an overview. I flatter myself that it may grant you a better grasp of that which is occurring not only in the Crystarium, but the world at large. Excellent. I shall return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant texts. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. No rest for the righteous, it would seem. Oh, never. Do not let me keep you, miss. I bid you a pleasant day. Okay, let us put on some boots. Go to my room, let's put on the boots. Boots with fur. Glamour dresser. Yep, 13. Oh, folks' boots actually look good. How did these ones die? Actually, that's not bad. I dye that. I could dye the silver. Okay, then I'll need a pot of metallic general purpose metallic silver, and I do have soot black at least. So I'm gonna go buy a pot of metallic silver. There's silvery metal soles with softer black on the boots. Actually looks really good. I think I was using that exact combination for a different glamour set I had, or do have. I have yet to burn through all 20 glamour plates, and I probably won't for a while. Let's see. Also, I did off-stream finish Aether Currents, so that's all of that. All of that. Still missing these two, and I'll bother with those later when I have a reason to go back to Heavensward Zones. No. General. Not a bad price. 2 pots. It's a pretty good price. Such as the color of boots and look fabulous. Retainer. Okay, I will put one pot with you. Okay, one pot of that. And I definitely at some point need to get another retainer set up. Because I know you can have 2 for free. Okay, so we dyed the boots, that. We dyed the soles, that. And there, that actually looks considerably better than the previous shoes. I close. Reassign. And there we go. Now to go visit Morin. Okay, that starts the Pixie Tribe. That's the raid. That's just weather stuff. Sightseeing. Pick those up at some point. Well, not gonna start the raid stuff yet, because once we finish Post-Endwalker eventually and get to the point where we're ready to start Dawn Trail, we are going to instead detour off and have a few streams dedicated to doing raids. Not the A Realm Reborn raids, because those are pain. I mean, I could do them unsynced, that's not painful, but doing them synced is painful. But we will absolutely do all the other raids synced. Alexander, Omega, Eden, Pandemonium. That way, once we finish Dawn Trail, we can dive right into those raids. And we will also do the trial questlines for each, because I know we haven't done any of them yet. Like, I know Heavensward has the Warring Triad, Stormblood has the 4 Lords, Shadowbringers has Sorrow Wurlet, and I forget what Endwalker has. Panifer, excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. Hey, my friends are here. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but it appears to be business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing on my knowledge of familiars, and Alphino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be done with books in a moment. Were one to pore over the annals of Varandic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as warriors of light. Ardbert and his comrades required no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Tolthawil, legendary first king of Lakeland, Radford, and Saulard, the fabled Drawn and Galgent duo of Volbert. And no list of Renthic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tuna of Ronka. In older texts, she too was called a warrior of light. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Barely. An age has passed and it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the flood, however, light came to be regarded with fear, the title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. Warudo, what are you doing? This, my friends, is Norvrant's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he come to be known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the self-same epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Well, well, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who is awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there will have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time, they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in the other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy. She did. I've never heard her voice myself, but I can feel her presence, perhaps through Minophilia. At any rate, assuming all of this is true and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Ascians will have been amused. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Heidelin, with good must have added insult to injury. Ahem. Well, this discussion is undeniably fascinating. I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excused myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Ooh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Uh-oh. Ricky Tio, are you alright? Ah, my precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care of the cabinet? You too, Archel, Irewell. We're sorry, Master Morin. Aren't you the Warrior of Darkness? My name is Ricky Tio, and I want to help everyone. Please tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a Warrior of Light. Oh boy. Boy, howdy. Look at that face, how can I say no? I mean, I could say no easily, but... So, I want to be a Warrior of Light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people, an apothecary. Well, that's not a bad idea. And I'm going to help everyone at the Crystarium. Oh, and all of Norvrat. When I told Arkel and Irewell this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. But this place is so big and we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere. If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treatises on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young, but... Esteemed Warrior of Darkness, perhaps you might accompany your Ricky Tio to Spagyrix? Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the Kyrsians at work. Sounds like a plan. It seems we've finished here, so we'll come with you. Ha! I'll have you know I'm really fast. You're going to be the rotten egg. Okay, first I'm gonna tab Nawardo and see if I can't find a slightly better standing pose so that my bear's not quite covering my face so much. If I can, this will still suffice, but there's gotta be a better idle pose to use. Oh, definitely not that one. Also not that one. Oh, poses, but it's hard to decide. I don't know why I'm suddenly in a weird position. This one's not a bad pose, honestly. Mm, maybe work with the heart pose. I can't find any other pose that I like a little better. So this isn't a bad pose, but it's also not entirely. I think I'll use this pose again, because this one's always a good one. Okay, close that. Spagherix. Well now, to what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Is that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine? That's right. I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Well, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light. But ultimately, they have all decided not to pursue that dream. Why? Because the people here need them too, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way keep us safe. The artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life. And younglings like you who are the future of the Crystarium. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see. And so, difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good? Oh, sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you to pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever, just you watch. That's the spirit. Literally what she says. Hee hee, that's the spirit. Without further ado then, may I entrust you with a task? I have placed an order at Sweet Sea for a potion ingredient and I would like you to go and collect it. Ooh, an ingredient. Leave it to me, miss. Such an abundance of energy. Though I can't help wonder if she'll be alright by herself. My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive in Sweet Sea, speak with a woman named Christine, and she will point you in the right direction. I shall join you. As the one who suggested this course to Rikichio, I would assist in her first steps. And what about the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become warriors of light, just not the same kind as Ricky. So we're waiting for you here, warrior of darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. In that case, Reen and I shall keep them company and take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations. Drink, I mean Capri Sun, because that sounds tasty. Christine. Oh, all the way over there. Right, I also have this cute little, I think it's a beagle. I saw somebody with it yesterday and I was like, oh, I need this. So I checked and it's not that it wasn't that expensive. So no, I have a cute puppy. Oh. Up, down, sideways, where are we going? Oh no, they're outside? Eh? If it isn't the Warrior of Darkness herself, yeah, I assume you're with Master Alphino. Right, let's do wondered. Chesamio's order is for grapes. As busy as we have been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it was with apologies that I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits on the vines. Perhaps you can lend them a hand? It's the undersized grapes you'll want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but it's suitable for making wine and medicine. Ooh, tiny grapes. It's too disappointing that they got rid of the square grapes that everybody loved. Like everybody loved the squapes, the square grapes. Oh, you're here too? We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun. Wow, you picked this many already? Amazing. I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chesamio? Heh. I can't wait to see what she's going to do with them. Tell me, Ricky, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why? Well, a while ago I felt sick. Really sick. My body was burning up and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I'd ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary, I mean. She went around taking care of people, even when it was dangerous. And I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing. Started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing or if there was anything else I could do. Then, not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling the world helping people. And I thought, that's the same as what I want to do. I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end? Thaler? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must already be out looking for people to help. Oh, I know Thaler. Thaler, one of the guards awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Rikichio. I myself took an inspiration from one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope her good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chesamil. It would seem I have been laboring under a misapprehension. I had convinced myself it was Elizabeth who had sowed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of people. But I see now that the impulse to aid their fellow man abided within them from the first. Elizabeth did no more than give it a name. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return to our own world ere long. With the Exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not but that a way will be found. Yet I believe I speak for us all when I say I cannot leave in good conscience, not until we have dealt with Elizabeth. This is no longer a strange and distant land, after all. Norvrent has become as a home to us, and her people are our own. Let us return to Spagarix. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. Okay, this was a bit of a longer quest, but you're now about to turn it in. I don't think as many of the rest of the quests are going to be super long. I know some will absolutely be. My thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes, we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add an elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. As part of her studies, I may just have to give Ricky Tio a little taste. Hee hee. Warrior of Darkness. If you finish helping Ricky, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. You already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they've become a pest around the Crystarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chesamil kindly furnished us with some layers of the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, put on a good show, yes? Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone follow me. Alice, wait just a... Come on then, children. Everyone's here. Good. Let's get started, shall we? As their name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. To draw them out, release Chesamil's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you are like to attract more if you place the lures near I have here 6 lures, 3 each for you and me. It's proof of a successful kill. I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Pennifer. Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Reen. She's really strong too and will keep you safe. Without further ado, let the contest begin. Oh right, you can pick between... That technically gives you different amounts. Yes man, having flying here is so nice. Well, let's do this one and then the further away one. Oh, good. Howdy, howdy, rat. Welcome, welcome. The Final Fantasy is going pretty good so far. Man. We are on quest 2 of 10 for patch 5.3. Most of the quests shouldn't take terribly long, at least till we get towards the end where we have the dungeon and the trial, which is all going to be fun. Well fought, Pannifer. The children were hanging on your every move. As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally, may I see your fangs for good measure? Apologies for the wait. My fangs, not a bad haul, even if I do say so myself. 5, 6, 7. 7 fangs from Alice. Which means that we have a draw. Jennifer also collected 7 fangs. Why does this feel even worse than losing? Just another measly fang into victory would have been mine. Don't look so surprised. I have no intention of remaining lost in your wake forever, you know. So, children, you've now seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? She's incredible, miss. Bats were down before they knew it. Her girls are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much stronger. We want to be just like her. Good. If you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Pannifer and train hard. Keep at it for long enough and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were listening with everyone when Ardbert appeared. but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sister, C, and I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people one day. Like Ardbert said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new warriors of light. What about you, Arco? Me? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. But if my friends are in trouble, I know that I would want to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them, see the world together. That's a wonderful goal. You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost, and that I had to go up there and find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. You'll never forget it. I understand how our girl feels. The star shower didn't awaken me to Hyland's voice, but that vision of the final days of Amarat burning. It filled me with sadness at the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made. It felt as though long forgotten memories were dancing at the edges of my mind. When I try to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt. But lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured and have no intention of donning an Asian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. Ha. Look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Reen and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. It's nothing, just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. I'm fine now, not to worry. I'll see you soon. As you ponder Alice's words, you are taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting. And man, I will never not love that if you use sprint, you get jog afterwards, so you're always moving fast. Even if it's not sprint speed, it's faster than normal jogging speed.
Why am I... Was it you who called me here?
At times you will stand with us, at times you will stand against us, all that you might steer mankind in the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope. What fool would relinquish his weapon on the eve of battle? That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you, body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness, and I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emetselk. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another. No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed. This. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions. It is the tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope, or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
Eh?
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
Oh boy. The fates seem determined not to allow us a quiet moment, but come, let us have the details, Marine. It happened after Alice and I saw the children back to Spagarix. We chanced to meet Thancred there returning from his mission. He'd been shadowing a little bit around the realm, only to lose sight of him near the Crystarium. He was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumpled to the ground. Kyurgens are looking after him now, with Alphino standing by just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you and the guard at the Exedra told me where to look. I see. It cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing word to us. Come, let us hurry to Spagarix. Also, I will never not love that you can just Reaper teleport off of heights and take no damage at all. I could be on a cliff and I could just Reaper teleport off and boom. Can to Reaper teleport back up there, but it is a quick and easy way to get down. They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be staying overnight. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thanker's Aether, however, did show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. And all of this happened without warning? Not exactly. You will doubtless recall the time Urianger nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue. When his water walking charm failed, he was tired, as were you when you got back. We were both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which, in retrospect, may have been a good idea. Fact is, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there's no actual fainting until now. As Alphino observed, I have no lingering injuries, and it most assuredly isn't old age. It leaves but one likely cause. The link between body and soul has weakened further. Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Pennifer might have troubled you to make a trip to the source. In addition to looking in on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kryl about our plan. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I have learned this much. That in each of the places she has visited, there have been sightings of suspicious black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shady individuals has invariably concluded with some manner of misfortune. Beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, you know the sort of thing. All of which serves, rather conveniently, to make Elidibus's call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think these black-clad strangers are Asians? I do. And I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. Gods know I've been itching to get out there for a while. Mayhap Urianger too can be prevailed upon to join in your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Becklug and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him the good news. You'll do no such thing. However, heedless you are of your own well-being, if you care at all for Reen's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you're needed. Alphino and I will find Urianger. All being well, we will have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Pennifer. Spin. That might have been loud enough to be heard. Definitely felt that. Yeah, Big Pop, that was my elbow. That was, in fact, my elbow popping into the mic. I stretched and these rickety old joints just popped. Hennifer, what excellent, I mean awful timing. You see, our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Charles hardly had a moment's rest these past few days. She didn't want everyone to worry, so we've been keeping it quiet. Oh, but listen to me. I call myself a receptionist and I haven't even bothered to ask you why you're here. So, they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon, and they want to make sure there's no problems at this end. You'd better talk to Kryle. She's with the others in Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright?
Excuse us. This way.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came. Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why, I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come, let me hear your tale outside.
What news from the first? I see. Work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul has weakened. It's as simple as that. Now, I'm still able to quell the fluctuations in their aether, but it's only a matter of time. We will lose them if we don't act soon. So if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon elegant wisdom, we could do worse than consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patients. Defending gear. Pennifer, could you spare a moment? While Cryo goes and finds this expert of hers, I mean. It's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the Hearst, you see. And since you might be waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so now I'm going to make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splendors. Meet me there. Well, I had better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence. Oh, that's a cute little outfit. There you are, Pennifer. As I'm sure you've guessed, the gift is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Kryl, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and that to keep our coffers full. I've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And in the course of all this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit. So I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven even as we speak. Shouldn't be long now. Ooh, food. Yum. There. Baked to perfection, even if I do say so myself. That looks tasty. Your cake looks like bread. Your cake looks like bread. Is bread, silly, and not just any old bread. This here's old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. That's what they eat over in Charlian. Simple fare, I admit, but I thought I would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Kryl tells me it's a good source of ether, so it should lend them a bit of strength at least. There truly is nothing like the smell of bread fresh from the oven. Kryl, and if it isn't Rambros too. Yay, Rambros, I haven't seen you in ages. I trust you require no introductions either, Panifer. Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I have a long list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain Alagon technologies. I have been keeping Rambros apprised of events at the first. Suffice it to say, he knows about the Exarch. If anyone alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons. Loath as I am to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement, memory transference was the sole province of Alagon royalty. Its mechanism is closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To wit, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bothered to come here, empty-handed as I am. The answer being, rather brazenly, to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Tell him that we never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who remained behind have yet to play our part. When the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do. And then the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope in this world and beyond. So tell him that we consider his duty done, and that he should follow his heart now. Forgive me, but do you say this to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back? That is for our friend to decide, but either way, I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed. Oh, there you have it, Panifer. If you would be so good as to see Rambros's message and Tataru's read to the intended recipients, along with my report, of course. Kryl, before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try, just to make sure everything's as it should be? Of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. Me next? That bread looks yummy.
Anonymous has brought 1 student to class.
Oh, thank you for the anonymous gift sub to Space Turtle Dude. Thank you. Much appreciated. You're having a great day, Anonymous. Thank you for the gifty. Excuse me, Rambros. As a fellow Charlaian, may I trouble you for your opinion? Well, I usually have mine with a good $1 for Roland Berry Jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. Berry jam on sweet bread, yum. At least I think it's sweet bread. Munch, 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 munch. I see. Oh no, is it that bad? It is indeed, Tataru, dense and unpleasant, exactly as it should be. Hahaha, just so, the very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world. But our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Charlian, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment. Save for those few who actually research the culinary arts, we pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such a gastronomic landscape that what is now called the Archon Loaf was born, the creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize its nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nary a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. Yet for its many shortcomings, the love's nutritional value cannot be denied. And being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why? When I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread and whatever ingredients happened to be on hand. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I thought I might have forgotten the taste, but no, it is all too familiar. Ah, how it takes me back. If there is enough, perhaps you can spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it. Oh, there's plenty to go around. I'll be sure to wrap up an extra slice. Pennifer, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can and that we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back. I would love to try Archon Loaf in real life. Something that's extremely healthy and good for you, but at the same time tastes abysmal. There's gotta be something like that. That's equal parts really good for you and really not good tasting. I wouldn't be surprised if some fan out there has devised a recipe for imitation Archon Loaf. And I wouldn't be surprised if the official Final Fantasy XIV cookbook has a recipe for it. Because I know they released a cookbook a while back with Final Fantasy recipes. Specifically Final Fantasy XIV recipes. Welcome back, my friend. How was your journey? By the 12, Archon Loaf. However did you come by this? I'd swear it had come straight from Charlayan. Rambra said that, did he? His words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him that he needn't worry, that which I seek to do, I do of my own volition and with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends and to deserve it, but I shall forge on regardless. It's Snoopy. We love a Snoopy here. Forge on as you yourself did when faced with a similar predicament, so I ask that you have faith in me in what we do. But we were talking about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconducive they are to conversation.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black-masked minions who answer to the red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elizabeth set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies? Oh dear. Then we must redouble our efforts. Not that we've ever stinted in that regard.
This would seem an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Tell me you've made some progress.
We have, as it happens. One moment.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white auracite as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind, and so we looked to the Allegan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects, notably, do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works. We shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Although not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
Hast thou a moment, Panifer? I would speak with thee on the matter of the Exarch's mooted return unto the source. Thou wilt have observed that our friend spake not in certainty, yet if Becklug hath the right of it, 'tis possible to predict the outcome of his plan with some confidence, and it is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the Exarch's soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self, which is not to say that the process is without complications. 1. The Exarch hath been subjected to an additional rejoining, an experience which will have wrought a change in his ethereal composition. As thou thyself didst demonstrate in merging with Ardbert, however, there existeth an affinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. 'Tis a seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century, our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm, to deliver thee. And to that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of the Crystal Exarch. Henceforth, none can say what choice our friend will make, but I thought it only right that thou be made aware of these truths. Right then, while the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task, it seems only fair that we attend to our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so, and there is one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, Yashola should not be left alone at Aniter. Might I trouble you to visit her, Penifer? See that all is well? I would go myself, but I think she might be in safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. I'll visit Cat Mom. My thanks. You may leave the Ascians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yulmore, and when Yashola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you're bound for Aniter, I suggest you go via Venmont Yards. Our friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let us be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Kupo. You're a long way from home, Moogle. And this is from Tataru, is it? Whatever could it be? Archon loaf, thou sayest? Why, even to hear the name doth transport me to times long past. Bread from another world, may I try some? Mayest thou, child? Thou must. That said, though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Wiser words have never been uttered. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the studium. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Alphino, you really are an unbearable snob sometimes, did you know that? What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tataru we'll do our best to return before she's forced to seek further supplementary employment. Howdy, howdy, Meat Flap. Welcome, welcome. My Final Fantasying is going nicely. I hope you're having a great Saturday. Right, let's really be off now. Find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. Ba, 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 ba. Pop. So we have a dog. Friendly, fluffy dog. Hmm. You get to decide what I should name the dog. But we do have a dog minion companion to follow us. It's such a cute little dog. You know, that's not a bad name. Penny backwards. Oh ho, if it ain't the Warrior of Darkness herself, what brings you to these parts? I need a boat. Heading out to sea, eh? But of course we'd be happy to help. Just say the word and I'll ready a boat. Ooh, boy. Oh, not you.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone.
You're not wanted here.
None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
Reviewing the records yet again? Really? You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. To think some thought you ill-suited for the role. How wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No. I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. Ah, it swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so? I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, You will do as I ask. Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Well, okay, he stole Cat Mom, it's cringe. But ooh, solo instance. This'll be fun. I do love me a good solo instance. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amarat. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. I tire of your games. You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy and you mine. Our goals are in conflict and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light? That I would come to look upon you as a friend? You who have slaughtered my people would tear down everything we have built. You do not deny it, then. Very well, let us change the cast of this trial. You will know what you have stolen from us. Oh, you bastard. How dare. Do not imagine I crave remorse, only justice. The only justice you're getting is my sickle shoved down your throat. Forward, hero. We shall see how strong you have become. Oh, you bitch. You utter bitch. Making my friends, eh? You're a bitch, Elidibus. All too easy, I see, but at least you now understand the rule. Thus, will we make our way to the capital? That appearances should unsettle you so? I was under the impression you simply destroyed all who barred your way. Sparing nary a thought to the possibility that your foe could be someone's beloved. You're a dick, Elidibus. Oh, you're even more of a dick. Okay, these four, I don't mind fighting. Those four I was fine with fighting because they are the bad guys of A Realm Reborn. And thus should they fall. But who next? You really are a dick. At least these three deserve it. So let me guess, this is going to be a march down memory lane, fighting friends and enemies. It seems it'll take more than those monsters to leave an impression upon you. Or mayhap you simply failed to understand my meaning. Not that it matters. No, I have dealt with countless heroes and always it ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences will result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs and fight for them with all my being. For a certainty, I am Elidibus, and come what may, I will fulfill my mission. To that end do I take your measure, and eventually I will eliminate you. Your hopes and dreams are inconsequential. Oh, shh. God, you really are a dick. Yeah, had we died, Lahabre would be around, but screw him. Lahabre deserved what he got. Oh, you son of a bitch. Let me guess, Nidhogg. Are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbor deep feelings. This passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Never mind. We are not here to talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Oh, you're making me fight two friends and an enemy? You suck. You really do suck, Elidibus. You're a dick. Creation appears to have lost its form. It is no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there is only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let us try something different. An impressive show of strength. Surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emitsel's conqueror is capable. Such might requires a fairer measure. To compare like with like, yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Come on, Panifer, show me what you can do. Yeah, you have your answer, you dick. Your answer is you can't beat me.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see. Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, warrior of darkness?
It has been an eventful morning, if indeed it is morning. I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I am gratified to see that my efforts at Uniter have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? I see. Then let us make for Yulmore at once. We have much to share with our comrades, Elidibus' parting threat not least of all. But forgive me, it would seem my belongings do not accompany me here. I will need to retrieve them from Anadar. With luck, the ethereal stream you traverse still lingers. I won't be long. Ooh, shiny on the ground. A peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4th, bring honor to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind. A moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. You notice something else glinting up ahead. More shinies. Find 3 more crystals lying on the floor. Though they differ in color and decoration, each is identical in shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends. Embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people. No greater pride. May all know happiness now and forevermore. There do not appear to be any more crystals in the hall. Perhaps it would be wise to continue the search outside. Okay, so we're on a shiny hunt. instinct serves you true, and you discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. Voices tell an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found? Soon discovered 2 more crystals. Rather too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom, this we swear, so please, dry your tears. Whatever awaits at the end of your search, it is plain you have yet to find it. Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time is come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation, and we shall save our star. From this life, our Savior born, may I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible. But this is right. It is right. The tale the crystals weave seems to near its end, but it isn't over yet. Singular crystal, eh? This one's orange. With almost melancholy inevitability, the 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questing eye. Though salvation is ours, it came at great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. Pray that we will one day meet again beneath a blue sky. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Boost more crystals? Another single. And purple. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this to be how it ends, for we who love the star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Yesterdays. How good of you to remember. Heh. I see you have been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below. Fitting symbols for the convocation of 14, would you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories within sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I am sure Emmett Selk wouldn't mind. So, how fare you of late? You were feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe? I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emmett Selk? The promise to remember? It must weigh heavy, the burden of all his memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow. How empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite the wayward stars. Ooh. One last crystal. I mentioned before that there was a member of the convocation who opposed the Zodiark summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist at any rate, and wouldn't had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of her office, along with the magic of her own conceiving. A singular incantation embodying her spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual, for while the rest sat in the Amarat, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of her duty, she traveled the length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. She encountered troubles too, of course, matters which she could simply have referred to the convocation, but that was not her way. Nay, more often than not, she would call upon her comrades and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. Now it is where it belongs. Oh, there's no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or by the will of my recreator. Aw, half the days is gone.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to. Is something troubling you? No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
Fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elizabeth. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. And nor would I, were I him. Not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Silk sought to find common ground with us for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Silk understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may all be for naught, you of all people know that there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Do I want the money? The money. Right. No more musing. We've taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Eulmore, yes? Let us hurry and join them. And we should be right up onto the dungeon. It appears we are fashionably late. Come, tale will not wait.
Forgive us our lateness. Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiac, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Master Ascians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
Huh? Oh boy. Oh, good golly gosh, she's doing it again.
Wait, is that... Amaranth?
No, 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 no. You could piss off with your live, laugh, love bullshit.
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
Oh, hell no.
I shall deliver the world from its doom.
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads. No, you don't.
Yeah, get her, LSA, get their ass.
They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium?
The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
It's settled then. To the airship!
Yeah, it's time. Is there anyone online? While we sit in queue and wait, I'm gonna get up and stretch and grab a drink. Fresh, nice cold drink. It's such a good sound. Nothing like cracking the pop on a nice cold soda. Uh, you go enjoy your food. I'm probably gonna be streaming for another couple hours because I know these next bits are gonna take a bit. Dungeon cutscenes, more fighting to do. But I'm glad you couldn't make it for this for much at least. Hope you enjoy your food. I'm just glad my noise gate is good enough to not pick up my fan now that I cranked the fan up a little bit more. Okay, queue's taking a while, so let's ask if somebody in our free company is willing to help. So we've been sitting here for almost 12 minutes. While we wait, we can talk to NPCs because they always have little bits of info to give. We'll see that order is restored in the city. Go now and do not look back. What are you still doing here? To the airship with you. You can thank me later. I don't know what this sky portends, but I do know it can't be good. So please take care and return to us safe and sound. And, you know, while we're waiting in queue, I'll show off my new BRB screen, because it's not even a minute long, the video for it.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Serious crap gay! Frogs, friggin' frogs! It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay! Frogs! Won't you fight for your life? Gay! Frog, friggin' frog! I don't like a frog! Gay! Friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs! I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life?
Hey, frogs, freaking frogs!
I don't like a frog! Gay friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs! I don't like them putting chemicals.
I had a lot of fun recording that silly video. And honestly, I think it's a perfect BRB screen. Be right back, returning the frogs gay. And with a FC member, we have an instant cube hop. Thank you, Dreadful. Oh, great. Dragoons.
Damn it! Hang on to something!
Bloody Dragoons. Why does it have to be Dragoons? That is a cute top. Okay, Red Mage, Reaper, Dark Knight, White Mage. Oh, cooking gas. Cassard, my man. Hey, we get to go visit the fairies. Let's go. We love the Fae. And Fae love us. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Tupac, you're back? Mm-hmm. Ow. That hurt quite a bit. Was not expecting to get nuked down by all of that. Ba-ba-ba. Splat. Oh, big, large, huge. Spectral Berserker, eh? I'm down the clown. Smug face on. Let's do this. GG. He kicked his butt. Let's try nerd. If you're calm. Yes.
I think that's the last of them.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
Urianger, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Are heroes hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarchs, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
They come.
Oh joy.
So near and yet so far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gun blade. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through. That being you, of course, though others are welcome to follow in your wake. Reen and I will keep our guests occupied.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are. Had you a comrade who could use destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand?
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
Oh, not this old dance again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight. Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things.
Hooray, we love stupid and reckless things.
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend. I shall not overexert myself without good reason. As for the others...
Finished? Then let's begin.
"'Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see! Oh, yes! Your memories are preserved safely within. We've done it! We've done it at last!
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
Oh, excellent! Excellent! I shall have my familiars bear word to them at once!
Elidibus.
It was not until I observed the battle between Emet-Selch and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do. I will summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
Ah, but you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My purpose requires no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil. This I shall sear upon the ether, raising thereby an army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages. Here lies darkness. It must be destroyed.
And you expect me to cooperate?
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse. Go, Lumos! We must flee! But what is this?
My friend, how did you... No matter, Elidibus. He took us unawares.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled. But he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories. Forgive me. Forgive me.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower. With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift. And, as you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell. If you mean to face him alone, I will not allow it, not this time. Elidibus has exploited the people's nobility, twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends. And I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with. Thank you.
I joined you, but I would only be a burden. Better that I remain here with my gremlins.
I shall send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart. By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much like our adversary, I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear. To the tower!
With your permission, I would make a brief stop at a sensor gate, just long enough to send the guard to Becklug's aid, you understand. Were it not for them, we would never have escaped Elidibus, much less with spirit vessels. Though mine fell into our foes' clutches, Becklug gathered up the rest at great risk to himself. I must see that they are safe before we press on. Enough good people have given their lives that I might fulfill my duty. Warrior of Darkness, Exarch, forgive us this paltry greeting. We were not notified of your coming. It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Becklug lies wounded in a clearing to the west. Pray go to their aid with all haste. At once, my lord, may I ask how they came to harm? There have been reports of enemies in our midst, specters who appeared after the star shower. Do they have something to do with it? Yes. The man who attacked Becklug is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain, but know that the individual in question does not seek to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servant's path, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this foe to us, understood? Meanwhile, I ask that you alert the rest of the guard and focus on maintaining calm in the city. Understood. Lena. I shall take charge of matters in the city. Find Becklug now. No time to explain. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it is plain for all to see. Like what is happening to you? Lena, this time there truly is no time. I know, my lord. For matters otherwise, I believe you'd even be willing to speak of your past if pressed. Yet I remain afraid to do so. Afraid that what I might learn would make a stranger of you. Forgive me, there is no time. Indeed, time must be made. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower when you were little and I searched for you for hours on end? And a cake I baked for your 10th name day. That hideous lump the good people of the mean covered up with beautiful candles. And your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards, you threw yourself into your training, pretending nothing was wrong, though I could see the tears in your eyes. All these moments that we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they are as real as aught that came before. And nothing will ever change that, will ever change what we mean to one another. If I have made you worry, then I beg your forgiveness. Heavens, know you deserve better. Through the darkest of times, you have kept faith with me, standing tall as a proud daughter of the Crystarium. As an example to us all, I count myself blessed to have had you in my life, and I want you to know that. Why do you speak so, as if this were our last meeting? Truly, you have a knack for making people worry. Besides, it is you who are an example to us all. You who have led us through countless trials, and you who will lead us through countless trials to come. So go, my lord, do what you must, but take care. The ward holds. Excellent. Elidibus will still be within the tower. Our foe's sole purpose is to destroy you, and to that end he has summoned heroes from other reflections, empowering himself with their hope even as they occupy your comrades. You will not best him as easily as you did in the depths. By any measure, the odds are now stacked firmly in his favor. To wit, spare no preparation, my friend. I shall lift the ward only when you are ready. You're ready, then? Very well, I shall lift the ward. And finish it we shall, for no hero our foe could summon to his side shall ever compare to you. And, as for me, well, no ally you could summon to your side will ever try harder, that much I swear. So come, my friend, let's finish this once and for all.
Not here either. We must keep climbing. Twas but a matter of time. I cannot keep up with you, nor will it avail us to make a stand here. You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him. Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you, and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed.
Why you? Why not you? Had I chosen another, we would never have made it this far. Or do I mistake your meaning? Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it, but in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spent with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. Chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy, as if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero, neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the first were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain, that I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end. I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence.
Memories of a possible future. Worthless, all. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion. Leaving naught but a gaping void. The Waking Sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours. The seventh rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn. But I was wrong. And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emetzelk pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the Unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. You worry too much, Eldoribus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone. We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I... This pain, this torment, is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on. Kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent!
Aye, it's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
No. It will not end here. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection. As the warrior of light incarnate. Come, warrior of darkness. Let us finish this.
Gladly.
What?
Think you're gonna put an end to me that easily? Herein I commit in Chronicle of the Traveler, shepherd to the stars in the dark. So the world be sundered and our souls set adrift. Where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. For yours is the 14th seat of Azem.
An invocation of Eld. Though not of Heidelin's making. What are you? No, it matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
Seat of sacrifice. It ends where it all began. Also, fun fact, Soken wrote this song while he was in the hospital being treated for cancer. He literally spent his time being treated for cancer writing this song for this specific trial. And nobody knew that he had cancer or was being treated for it. Kept it a secret. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. So spoke Litavis as he took unto himself the power of champions from beyond the rift to arise as the self-proclaimed warrior of light incarnate. It as resolutely as your foe believes in his cause, so too do you believe in yours. Thus light and darkness must collide. Invoking the ancient magic imbued with the memories of Azem, the forgotten fun member of the Convocation, 14, you summon the stars to your side and prepare to face your foe in a battle to steer the very course of the world. Wait, I know this. This is where we fight Zande in one of the Alliance raids. Circus Tower. This is literally where we fight Zande at Circus Tower. You ascend the tower, you fight the bosses, and then you were here fighting Zande. And now we're here fighting the Warrior of Light. This is such a good song. It's time. Actually, no smug face for this. So we're gonna kick Elizabeth's sorry butt. Warrior of Light, Elizabeth.
For my people, for our world, I will strike you down.
Strike this down, pants grab. Oh, it looks like we've got a couple Reapers.
This battle shall be our last.
Okay, fire, stop moving, blizzard, keep moving.
Be gone, Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed! Gleaming steel, light my path!
Come on, come on, no, 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 no. Oh. That was not fun. So it ends in unceremonious silence. But wait, there's more.
You! It cannot be!
Snap, crackle, pop, Rice Krispies. Wait, that's Emmett. Emmett does the hand flap. Oh, Emmett just helped. Good guy, Emmett.
I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero.
That is such a cool shot.
For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be our salvation.
I'm just gonna pop that for... Oh, good. The tank actually got it.
You'll still stand. Be gone, Sword of Shadow.
I don't think I can... Okay, no, I could actually hit him from here. Guess we need to do meteors. Up to bap. Up to bap. Up to bap. Up to bap. Ow. Well, there goes all of my stacks. Here goes my stonks.
must be destroyed!
Let's go. I got to pop freaking LB3.
I cannot fail. I will not.
Reaper LB3 is so cool. Give you a calm.
Fool! You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power. Obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
become him. I would save everyone. This I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elizabeth. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac for them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
I concede I may have overexerted myself. Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity, found a way for everyone to return to the source, and, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask. If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me? Thank you. My friend, with you, my mind and memories shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained her ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of her link to the First, and of hope.
Am I alright? I should be the one asking you. But yes, I'm fine. Thank you. We all are. People are fine, the city's fine, and the star showers have stopped. It's almost as if we'd gone back to the peaceful days that followed the knight's return. Almost. Jennifer, if you are ready, would you recount to us how the day unfolded? So you reached out to Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did not, none can say. But the important thing is this. Though violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another, and the star may yet be rewarded. said that an ancient came to your aid, but how is that possible? A gift from him itself. He knew of Elidibus's plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus's suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. Or so I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is to remember events as they happened, no more and no less. As the Ronkins so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you all are. My friend, you were given to understand that thou wert injured. Shouldst thou not be abed? Lie down at a time like this? Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now tell me what's happened. Where is the Exarch? Jennifer, please show me his spirit vessel. Yes, both his soul and memory seem intact. Good. Like the others, his aether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for the imbuing, but I needed to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul unto his flesh. And as thou didst lately tell me, the success of this process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source of the Pennifer, one would think his soul would be only too happy to be home, no? Surely it wouldn't balk at the relative newness of its accommodation. So one would hope. None can speak for the Exarch's heart of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essences blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any number of things could go awry. Assuming I succeeded in tempering your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single word reply, but the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so. In fact, regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it with a certain amount of poetic license. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became ever more numerous. Burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast. So deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I am reminded that, no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they are always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Vothri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause in order to protect that which he held most dear. I see it in the people, who choose to struggle rather than surrender to despair. And Though our struggles may differ greatly, since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we have hope, and when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart regardless of the risks. And I will live with all my being as befits one who has been granted a second chance. There. I told you it was long and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think them the outpourings of a dewy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. Speaking of which, we should make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence, after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there is no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now is the time to see to it. I must pay a visit to Slitherbow. Let us reconvene here anon. There remain some few matters which require mine attention in Ildmeg. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I've been meaning to get some flowers for Minophilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we can go to Nabatharang together, one last time. A fine suggestion. Lead on. Well, it's back to Yulmore for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. I assume you have places of your own to be, Alice. I shall see you later. As you probably guessed, I'm going to pay a visit to the inn at Journey's Head, but I want you to come too. I realize you don't need to say any farewells. But the Exarch does, if only in spirit, so I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. Gladly. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being lugged about on his hero's back. So let's be off, shall we? I can't wait to see how Halrick's doing. Halrick? Oh gods, don't tell me he's wandered off again. Lee Panifer, we have to fight him. Oh, Alice, I didn't see you there. If you're looking for Halrick, he's gone for a walk with one of the others. They were planning to visit the graveyard if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's a relief. Shall we adjourn to the graveyards then? There he is. I was afraid he'd wander off again. Oh, there's no need to worry. Howard's safe and well. He's been showing good progress and likes to go for walks of late. Oh, his steps usually bring him to this particular spot. Oh, I wasn't aware he had family here. He doesn't. It's Tess Lane. Her sword, that is. He buried it here in her honor. So he remembers. What brings you back so soon out of interest? I didn't think the next round of treatment was due yet. No, it isn't. Look, I realize this is sudden, but I've come to say goodbye. It's time for me to return home. Rest assured, the treatments will continue. Backlog will come to oversee them in my stead. I see. You did mention that you and your friends were searching for a way home. Needless to say, we'll be sorry to see you go, but I know everyone will be happy for you, truly. Happy and grateful. You've done so much for us, achieved what none of us dared hope was possible. And we'll see to it that your good work continues and that no more poor souls are buried here before their time. So rest easy and take care. We wish you every happiness. Thank you. I will miss you all. But it isn't time to say our farewells quite yet. So if there are any tasks that need doing, hunting beasts, fetching water, and what have you, just say the word. I mean to make use of every last moment here, after all. The time left to you is precious. That's right, Halric. That's exactly right. Those words will guide you true, so never forget them. And neither will I. What? I'm not crying, I just have sand in my eye, that's all. As I mentioned, I mean to stay here as long as possible. In the meantime, perhaps you can go and look in on the others. I'll know, for instance, if anyone is crying, it will be him. Honestly, if anyone's crying, it's gonna be Julia. This is Chai. She'll certainly be the one crying.
Oh, Alpha, no.
See, I told you she was gonna be the one crying.
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
The thought of never seeing you again is more than my poor heart can bear.
Oh, it's you. As you can see, Alpha has broken the news. I don't know how to console her. She thinks we'll be lost without him.
You'll never let me forget it, will you? I'll have you know I completed the promised painting in the end. Be that as it may, there are times only words will suffice. Lady Chai, I have a confession to make. On the day we ousted
Not
Lord
this
Wolfrey,
song
when I
again.
revealed the truth of his tyranny and your complicity in his crimes, I did so with great trepidation. Not out of fear that you wouldn't listen, but that you might never recover. There was a time when I too, in my hubris, believed myself worthy to lord it over others. And when the lie was laid bare, when I was forced to confront the cost, the lives lost, it all but destroyed me. To awaken from a naive dream to so harsh a reality, I would have understood had you all surrendered to despair. But you didn't surrender. Far from it. You picked yourselves up and rose to the challenge. You found a path forward and the strength to walk it, and to keep walking it, day after day. But what struck me is how much faster you found it than I did.
Really? That felt pretty slow to me. But rest assured, we'll make Yulmore into a nation anyone would be proud to call home. Eventually. You can still come and go as you please, I believe. When we have good tidings to report, I may trouble you to be their bearer. There may also be less than good tidings, in which event I hope I can trouble you for your counsel.
I should be honored to provide it, Master Chai.
Oh, Alphino, I know you aren't one to sit still, but do remember to take your ease from time to time. And no matter where you are, remember that there are people here who are praying for your health and happiness. Our brave and gentle artist, you have our love, now and always.
And you mine. Please take care.
Tis a strange feeling, Panifer, to stand in the company of our friends, knowing that I will never see them again. I struggle to reconcile it in my mind. But this, I know, I shall cherish my memory to Norvrand of every soul I met here for the rest of my days. And I shall look forward to your tales of their endeavors. Forgive me, I realize now that I never asked you what business brought you here. Can I be of assistance? Alisay said that, did she? Well, as you can see, I am quite alright now. Unlike her, by the sound of it. Perhaps you might consider visiting Urianger next? Given his conversance with the idiosyncrasies of the Faithful, I doubt it will be an issue, but a small part of me worries that they may not relinquish him willingly. As such, I would feel better if you were to look in on our friend, assuming you have the time, of course. Ha. That I should have the pleasure of welcoming a guest, even as mine own occupation draweth to a close. What bringeth thee hither, my friend? So thou wouldst grant the Exarch a final tour of the realm which hath been his home these 100 years? A noble gesture. As for Master Alphinaud's concerns, thou mayst rest assured that all is well here. Far from detaining me, our Fey friends have agreed to assist in the transportation of these tomes unto the Cabinet of Curiosity. Not more remaineth to be done. Regardless, 'tis well that thou didst come, for I had been meaning to show something to thee. An object I chanced to find after thy victory over Elidibus. Though it hath lost its radiance, it is unmistakably a crystal of light, one that did in all likelihood once belong to Ardbert. Having been interred with his body, it would have remained upon his person after his possession by Elidibus. And when his mortal form was, forgive mine indelicacy, consumed by thy foe to fuel its transformation, I posit that the crystal did tumble free. Save that which doth abide in thee, it is all that remaineth of our friend, and if thou art willing, I would have thee delivered unto Seto. I can think of no worthier recipient than he, and no more fitting a bearer than thee. As ever, thou wilt find the Amaral in Wolkdorf. My thanks, Kennifer. Oh boy, the game's trying to make me cry constantly. And it's doing a really good job. The game is doing a very good job of trying to keep me constantly crying for this last little bit. Boy howdy, Endwalker is gonna break me again. I can't wait to get there, to experience it all, to get depressed. Full glad am I to see you safe and well. Rumors spoke of strange, spectral foes bent on your destruction. But with the sky returned to normal, I assume all is well again. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Is that Ardbert's crystal? So it is. It has changed, but I would know it anywhere. However, did you come by it? Then, even in death, his enemies found a way to profit from his sacrifice. Oh, it
grieves me to think of his body being used for evil ends. But thanks to you, his honor is restored, and he may finally find peace. No words can express my gratitude. I will keep this crystal safe to the end of my days. Rest easy, my friend. You have earned it. Pardon? Very well. Oh, how can this be?
Seto, my old friend. You've grown.
Oh, Artbert, how I've missed you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe, or even console you. Had I only learned to speak sooner, I would have told you how much you meant to me, how much I cared.
I knew. I always knew. But I'm happy to hear it nonetheless. Thank you, Seto. My partner in crime.
I see. His journey continues. Then I will not yet bid him rest. With you, he may look forward to many more adventures. It has been a while since last I flew. Perhaps I too will go on a little adventure? Ride the winds, seek the horizon? Yes, I think perhaps I will.
Ah, thou art returned. Tell me, how did Seta receive thine offering? Remarkable. 'Twas fated that thou shouldst be the one to undertake this task, I think. As Ardbert liveth on in thee, so too shall he and his comrades live on in the hearts of the people of Norgrant. And their tale, now rightly told, shall inspire new warriors of light for generations to come. Now, assuming thou intendest to continue thy tour, might I suggest Slitherbow as thy next destination? The task of tidying up one's abode is seldom light work, yet I suspect your stole is heavier than most. Suffice it to say, a pair of helping hands might not go amiss. And what is this? Have you come to spy on me? Does Uriante truly think me so slovenly? What nerve. Loath as I am to disappoint, I put my affairs in order some time ago. I've even bade my farewells. To everyone save Runarth, that is. He's nowhere to be seen. Oh boy.
Master Matoya. For too long I have remained silent, but no longer. I could not bear it if you were to leave. Please, stay. I beg of you.
Runar, please.
I jest. At least in part. What I came to say is this. Thank you. Without your wisdom, your strength, and your kindness to guide us, our people would still be lost. We will never forget you, Master Matoya. Wherever your journeys may take you, you will always be in our hearts.
And you in mine. Remember that your people's journey, that our people's journey is yet ongoing. Your lives will change, and so too will your dreams. Yet come what may, you need not forsake your time-honored traditions, nor less your beliefs. But neither should you be beholden to them. For it was with curiosity and courage that the Knights Blessed first triumphed over adversity. New knowledge and new wisdom are ever worthy of pursuit.
Indeed they are. And so, until we return to the Sunless Sea, we shall endeavor to live our lives to the fullest.
That is well. But however great your strides, there may yet come a day when the challenges you face cannot be surmounted alone. On such a day...
On such a day.
You may call on me. Since a means to travel between worlds exists, you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. And there remain so many mysteries here that want for solving.
Master Matoya!
Oh, Runar.
Runar, really?
Honestly, he's a boy in the body of a man. Anyway, it is time we headed back to the Crystarium, shall we? You still have to take the Exarch to Nabath Arang? I see. Very well, you can look in on Thancred while you're about it. His will be a difficult farewell, and I am sure he would appreciate your support. Path goes through Twine. If you wait there, you'll like to meet him on his way back, if not before. Eh? You too? What is this, my bloody name day? I see. Yes, Thancred was here and Reen too. They said they wanted to go to Nabath Arang, so we gave them the use of the trolley. That's right, the old girl's up and running again. But we didn't just put her back together, mind you. No, with a little bit of help from Master Shai. We made her faster. And stronger. Oh yes, the future of Trolleys is looking brighter than ever. Whisper it, but I reckon it might be time to reach for the stars or the trolley to dwarf all trolleys. If you ask me, we'd be better off making them smaller, that way they can fit in narrow shafts. But that's genius, why didn't I think of that? Enough. You can daydream in your own time. In case you've forgotten, our priority is to have more working trolleys. That's why we've turned to China's, by the way. Not to make one trolley, we've got to go faster. We needed help getting a few Talos back in working order, see? We were out testing them when your airship came down, as a matter of fact. You seem to have a habit of crashing things. We're back. Thanks for the loan of the trolley. Panaher, what are you doing here? Don't tell me the others are waiting for us. That's a relief. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, which means I'm ready to leave, or as ready as I'll ever be. Not to pry, but what's going on? You off somewhere? You could say that. So you're heading home. I'm just a simple miner and don't know much about this world-traversing business. But the young lady here, she'll be looked after, will she? I'll be fine, thank you. I have a place to stay at the Crystarium and don't want for anything. Besides which, I have no shortage of friends I can turn to, friends like you lot. So please don't worry, I'll be fine, really. If you say so. It being a matter of life and death, I suppose you have to leave. But I, for one, would still be torn. If the choice were mine, I'm not sure I could bear to be parted from my family. No, but it's for the best. Reen has chosen to walk her own path, and she doesn't need me under her feet. Besides, I have my own responsibilities, and I wouldn't be setting a very good example if I neglected them. Perhaps not. Either way, I envy you your dilemma. Well then, young lady, if there's anything you need, anything at all, you're to call on us. It may surprise you, but we can do more than simply offer you trolley rides. Thank you, Magnus, everyone. Shall we then? If you've nowhere left to visit, we can go back to the Crystarium together. Oh, it's you. You're probably wondering why I'm not with the others. It's just, I always knew that everyone would leave one day, and I always hoped and prayed that we would find a way to send them home. Now that the time has come, I just feel lost and lonely. I don't want our last moments together to be sad. I want to hold myself together just long enough to say the things that I need to say, but I'm not sure I can even do that. Right. Thank you, Panafer. I think we all feel braver with you around. Go on ahead and join the others. I'll be along after I've taken a few deep breaths.
That's everyone then. We've all said what we needed to.
Even as we speak, Becklug undertaketh their final inspection of our spirit vessels. When thine own preparations for the journey are complete, thou art to present thyself in the ocular.
Everyone? I want to thank you all.
Not this song again.
First, you and Minfilia and the Exarch. Without each and every one of you guiding us, fighting for us, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't even be a here. And no words can express our gratitude. We still have a lot to do. Countless trials to overcome. But if it ever seems too much, I'll think of our time together. The happy moments and the sad. I will remember it all. And it will give me the strength to carry on without you. Because you made me who I am. Minfilia. Reen. To honor these names and these memories, I will stand with all the people of this land and strive for a better tomorrow.
Thancred, I believe the honor of responding should rightfully be thine.
I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
Might we also say a few words?
Why, this is just about all of you.
To see you off seemed the least we could do. You risked your all for us, fought for a realm not your own. Before you came, we had never known the beauty of the night sky. Or the joy of your company. Though it saddens us deeply to bid you farewell, it has ever been our way to send off friends with a smile. Wherever your road should lead, we shall pray for your safety. And following your brave example, we shall continue to fight for the Crystarium.
With or without us, you've always taken good care of this city. I don't doubt for a moment you'll continue to do so.
Aye, a more resilient people we have never known. As resilient and enduring as the tower that watches over you.
To the last, we did not question the Exarch about his past. It is only now, when he can no longer tell us, that we believe we know the answer. We have heard what became of him, and what is about to be attempted. All will be well. Of this we are certain. How could it be otherwise, when every soul in the Crystarium is praying for it with all their heart? And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this? Thank you. Please look after him for us.
I dare say we have all the good wishes we can carry. Let us be on our way.
Well, I suppose it's time. Are you ready, Panaver? Alright, let's not keep the others waiting. Ooh, that sounds super yummers. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna make for dinner just yet. I can decide once I finish stream. Do you love me a good shish kebab? I mean, that does sound yummy. Ah, there you are. I take it you're ready for the journey. Spirit vessels are primed and our company complete. At a word from you, we shall begin. I do love when several cutscenes play in sequence, because it is always good. Very good. I shall distribute the vessels at once.
All right then. Pray proceed as instructed, beginning with your memories.
The first step is complete, and all appeareth to be in order.
Well, that just leaves our souls then. We're in your hands, Angelo.
It is done! The vessels have received both their memories and their souls! I hereby entrust them to your care. They belong to you now. Just be sure to guard them well, yes?
This will work, won't it?
Our theories have held thus far. But I make no promises about what is to come. Even the greatest mages in history knew better than to transport a soul across the rift. We, my dear, are in unknown territory. Prepare as we might, we cannot account for all possibilities. And it is in such circumstances that accidents are wont to occur. Yet miracles do happen. So let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
All safely stowed away? I do hope so. All that remains then is to step into the mirror. Go now, and safe travels.
Did it? Are we?
We're home.
Oh, oh, you're back. You're back. You're all back.
Thank you. My body feels like a sack of potatoes, but otherwise, I've never felt better. That said, I doubt any of us will be fit to travel for some while. May we leave the rest to you?
The vessel beareth our comrade's blood. With it in thy possession, the way will surely open before thee.
What? But you've only just got here.
Tataru, might I trouble you to brew us all a pot of your special tea? Ah, and we may require an extra cup.
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint. And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there. For in times of hardship, when you fear you cannot go on, the joy you have known, the pain you have felt, the prayers you have whispered and answered, they shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
Howdy, howdy, Techno. I hope you're enjoying the game. I'm kind of pretty far into the game at this point. So I suppose this cutscene's probably not going to make much sense about anything. If you're still pretty new to the game, this cutscene is going to make very little sense. And that's good. Some days later. Thunk.
What is it, Alize? Are you all right? Do you still feel under the weather?
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight. But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that? And that's what I said, Ranjay.
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams. They gave me all the information I needed to get the details just right. For your weapons, though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favorite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal. Oh, and speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return, and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances. But I can't help feeling a certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
I quite understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest assured, our turn will come.
If I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat.
Oh, that was a bite.
Tataru, a cup of tea, if you would be so kind. And something sweet.
By Mistress Kryle's exhausted state, may I assume that the ward hath been restored?
Indeed. We succeeded in weaving it anew, albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance. It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent. Said duty thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
If you're certain that's what you... I mean, if you think
Graha, really?
Right. I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the seventh dawn. Grahatia, at your service. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But, like a fool, seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Help! Somebody help! Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
What? Now wait just a...
Yeet. And off she goes.
Here we go again.
I will join the fray when I finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and in her wake leave naught but tears and ash.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh. So it was that a new adventure began.
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
I say, I knew that securing the palace would provide your radiance with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid, truly splendid. And my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace. Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find. With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions that I met with a grisly end. And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal. Ah, money, 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 the great motivator. There is simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree? But wait, were we not acquainted, you and I?
Oh, it's the guy with the it's freaking Asahi. Yeah. Well, not Asahi anymore.
I beg your forgiveness.
But yeah, I remember I called him Mr. Dumb Haircut because he does have a dumb haircut.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, a dagger through my heart, that my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh. So it goes. Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel now. And I, faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions.
OnlyFans Daniel, cringe.
Speaking of which, with the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan. But how very odd. Despite all our havoc wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope that the last of the unsundered is gone? Imagine it! Bound no more by the shackles of mouldering memories of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment! Your radiance, but give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
That which awaited was a fell beast. Ferocious, ravenous, remorseless. Do as you will. It has been too long, my friend, and insufferably dull in your absence. When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph, every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh yes, to reprise that transcendent moment, I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre. The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse. Into its domain shall the hero set forth for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
Ah, you're back. Tell me, Pennifer, do you think I was excessively familiar earlier in my tone mannerism? I thought it better to be familiar than formal if we are to be comrades, but now I worry that it may have detracted from the gratitude and respect I harbor for everyone. Perhaps we might consider a nod to my regrettably less than humble beginnings. Yes, that will do. Being free to live as one pleases is not without its challenges. In a way, it was easier when I had a mission that consumed my every waking moment. It provided me with a focus, a constant push in a singular direction. By the way, as casting spells always so draining, I had quite forgotten what it was like to do it without the tower. I've rarely felt so exhausted or hungry. Yet, if all I did was bend the bow, I would be of limited use to you on your adventures, so I shall persevere. Whoever I might have been before, I am now a scion, and an inexperienced scion at that. A green initiate, eager to learn how best to contribute to the cause, that he might follow in the footsteps of his inspiration. Well now, I have my suspicions as to what this is about, but would you be so good as to confirm them for me? Just as I thought, they went ahead with it after all. The artisans of the mean had come to me with a proposal, you see. In celebration of the knight's return, they asked how I wished to be commemorated, on a coin or as an automaton. Neither, I replied, for all the good it did. They knew I would be embarrassed. It makes no difference what name they give it. Yet still, they did it. A right stubborn lot they are, as befits the people of the Crystarium. They shall be just fine without me, and Lena may rest assured I do not worry for them. Nevertheless, I shall never cease to pray for their happiness. No longer am I a leader of a nation. Whatever power and influence I may have wielded, I left behind as surely as I left my body. But everything I have ever felt and experienced, all of these things and more, I have brought with me, you have brought for me. And I shall carry them close to my heart, always, unto the end of my days. Okay, and with that, that is stream. Yeah, that is patch 5.4. We're not starting that today. Up. That was a very, very good and productive stream. Not surprised it took 6 hours to do all of patch 5.3. But it was good. It was fun. The story content was good. We cried a lot because I knew it would make us cry. But it was good. And now we are one step closer to the next expansion, which I am so excited for. So let's pop and pop. And now for the fun part of the end of the stream. Let's see who's live on Twitch and find somebody to raid into. Let's see who is doing something fun right now. Let's see, so we got some Silent Hill 2, some Batman Arkham Asylum, chatting, some Peak, some Uma Musume, actually quite a bit of Uma Musume. Everybody loves the horse game. art, more chatting, Honkai Star Rail, War Thunder, Second Frontiers, Date Everything. I still need to pick up Date Everything when I can. Jackbox games, chatting, special events, chatting. A lot of chatting going on this Saturday. Marvel Rivals. And how many times am I gonna click show more? Okay, I clicked show more like 6 times and it finally ran out of people online. Let us see. Let us pick through this list, this long, exhaustive list of people I follow that are cool. That is to say, all of these VTubers are cool. I have yet to meet an uncool VTuber. So let's... It's also the hard part of the stream, trying to decide who to raid into when there's like 40 something, honestly maybe close to 50 VTubers I'm following who are live right now. Let's see. Could raid into people playing horse game. DJs in Final Fantasy XIV. It's people playing Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. These demos, Marvel Rivals. A lot of people that are just chatting right now. I know who we can raid into if it'll let us. Let's see. We are going to raid into Vanille, who is playing horse game. So, as always, my lovely catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, rest of your weekend. And remember, Big Sis loves you always.